Hello, we are streaming. I fell asleep. It's about 12:30 a.m. where I'm at right now. Um, this stream was supposed to start at 8 p.m., which was already late. Because usually streams start around 6 p.m. That's pretty funny. Oh well. And when I woke up, I was like, well, I already sent out the tweet. I already told people I was going to stream today. I guess that's wrong. But well, we're here now, and that's all we can do for it, I think. So, I think we're going to just continue with the adventures of your mom. I don't think we got very far last time. I think we killed King Slime and that's about it. We really did not get super far. So if you just happen to be turning in for this stream exclusively, you didn't miss a whole lot. I don't even remember what I was doing last time because I exploded and then I left the game in a soft rage quit, I think. So I should probably put some stuff away. Generally, I'm really bad at keeping stream schedules. I was like, huh, it would be really great if I kept a schedule of like streaming every day at 6 p.m. because that's like prime time for it. That really hasn't been working out. But I keep to it in the hopes that one day it will work out. I think that's all the ore I have. Blocks. I have seeds somewhere. Or I have a chest for seeds. What time is it in the game? Oh, I can't tell. I don't have a clock. That is a problem. Dyes and paints. He's in front of the chest. Mechanics. That's stuff I need wires for, which won't become relevant for quite some time. Crafting materials. I have a lot of acorns. I usually throw those in the potion ingredients chest, even though I never use them for potion ingredients. But it's plant related. Cooked fish is good. Some blink root in there. Gravitational potion might be of use. Regeneration potion. Keep that on me. Let's sell some of our various peripheral junk. I don't need this sonar potion. Get rid of this fine rope. Now let's see here. If it's this time of day, the angler probably has something new. It can do that. I don't really need to read his text too much because you kind of just need to know what you're fishing for and where to get it. So caverns, guide voodoo doll. So we kind of just need to find a big enough body of water in the caverns, and we should be good to go. This should do. I hope. Alright, I don't have any summons yet. It's going to it's going to make fighting some enemies difficult. Sometimes it's beneficial to build a artificial wall between like the lake and like you, just so you have a private area where enemies will not get to you. I sometimes find it's unnecessary. Though if enemy spawning gets really bad, I can see why people would want to use it. Alright, you know what? Maybe I'm biting my tongue a little bit here. Fishing gets a lot faster later in the game when you get better fishing rods and better bait. But right now it's much more akin to actual fishing, very slow. I think fishing mini games in particular, have a way of making fishing seem a lot more exciting than it is by expediting the process quite a bit. That and farming. Like, farming takes so much time, as well as fishing, but video games make it so quick and convenient that they're like, wow, this is fun. But I think if you actually were to do it, it's like, wow, this is really, this is dull. So it's always like, it's not I like farming, it's like I like farming asterisk in video games. Oh, he's gotta be in here somewhere. And yes, we are rolling a gacha to see if we catch the particular item or not. Maybe I should have waited until I got a better fishing rod for this. So far, all I've been pulling up is Nordstrom rejects. I want to say when you pull up Joja Cola, it's like a Stardew Valley reference. I believe that's the name of the cola company that's trying to take over the town in Stardew Valley, or something like that. The big, vague corporate entity. The bitrate is kind of shitting itself right now. I set the stream to like 720p and the bitrate still shits itself. Very unfortunate. It still has random bursts where it'll dink itself. I've noticed that when playing online games, I'll just have random moments where the bitrate or like the internet will lag spike for like a few seconds. I wonder if Comcast knows that I've been using a lot of data and they've been trying to throttle at random intervals. I don't know if that picked up on stream, but I was saying that like the Joja Cola that I picked up, I think that's a Stardew Valley reference. Reference to Joja Cola in that game, the big evil corporation that's trying to take over the town. The weird Coca-Cola anagram, Coca-Cola Amazon analog. There's money down there. I don't know if I'm ever gonna catch this fish. We have a whole day to catch it, but I don't know if I'm gonna do it in the time limit. I think my fishing rod may be just too bad. You can drink it though. It's alright. I mean, it's alright. It's gotta be. I saw it over here. There's like a mini cavern in here. Here we are. Money. I guess this implies this is like a dead explorer's little area based on the campfire in Skeleton. That grave we have so brutally desecrated. That's the word. I have any better luck in this pond? I doubt it. Nah. I think a little bit later we'll be able to get a much better fishing rod. So it might be worth just waiting a little bit before we do any more angler quests. Because with this one, the line's always breaking, and I'm not catching anything good. Yeah, whatever. Oh, lead. I need lead. I love arsenic poisoning. Those are two different materials. What am I talking about? They go together a lot, but that doesn't make them the same. Considering how ore heavy this game is, I'm surprised there's no coal. Though considering how much forging there needs to be done in this game, coal may have ended up being a hindrance, and they may have been like, nah, we can't insert that in because it would have been too much of a pain in the butt. I imagine I died somewhere around here. Yes, this gravestone would attest to... your mom was crushed by explosives. Yeah, something like that. Fair amount of obsidian here, that's pretty decent. We will need obsidian for a variety of things. Mostly underground and hell-related objects. Good to collect a lot while it's spawning naturally, because if we do not get enough, we will have to spawn it unnaturally, spawn it ourselves, and that can be quarrelsome. It can be a problem. Sometimes you don't see obsidian spawning naturally at all. Sometimes water doesn't... The way that obsidian spawns is kind of the way that, like, stone... Or, well, yeah, obsidian spawns in Minecraft. Water falls on top of lava. But sometimes that doesn't naturally occur, which means... you have to get it to happen yourself, and that's not always easy. Sometimes there isn't a convenient source of water right next to the lava. I'm burning. I'm on fire. Ouch. I do believe I'm on fire. I see what you're doing, Comcast. I see what you're doing, Comcast. I can assure you, I'm gonna be really upset about this and not give you a sternly worded phone call in the morning because I'm going to be sent to a robot and I'll feel bad about it. How dare you throttle my bitrate like that? I don't know, maybe my internet's just bad. Oh god. Dearest exclamations. This event is so surprising that I shall take the Lord's name in vain. Check the VOD later for any major hiccups and the like. There are bound to be some, I'm sure. There always are. But the main thing is hoping that they're less than usual. A notable feature of the underground layer where lava starts to appear is enemies not having any sense of self-preservation. I don't think the enemies are programmed to know what lava is or how to deal with it. They just kind of jump in and they will burn to death because again, they just don't know. You will often find that enemies will jump through lava and will not care. Now, for some enemies, this is fine. They have natural immunities to lava. But for others, Mm. I imagine part of this design choice was comedic, but also for like... That is a risk of the elevator. One of the risks of the elevator is that you will have enemies who fall down it, and enemies do not take fall damage in this game. You take fall damage, but enemies do not. So what that means is that enemies can just fall down the elevator and strike you while you're in it. This isn't usually a problem once the elevator is complete, but you may have events like that occur while it's under construction. The elevator is at its most dangerous when it's being built. I saw that pressure plate. I was planning to get rid of it, but when I fell on it, I had to do something. You can make your own boulders as traps, but they're not very useful because they're, you can only use them once before they break. I have personally found that the most useful traps are the ones that stay after one use. Skeleton boy. Let's buy some things from him. Climbing claws, I need that. Counterweight, I can't afford that. But I also kind of need that. Let's see if I can sell enough stuff to him to get the money for the counterweight. I mean, for my particular build, I actually don't need the counterweight, but I'd like to have it. I do need the climbing claws, though, because I have spiked shoes, and I can combine them later with the climbing claws. As you can see here. We will later get a special tool that will help us combine accessories. We have a limited number of accessory slots. These being our accessories here. And there are a lot of accessories in this game, but you can combine accessories together, so that way, even though you have a limited amount of accessory slots, you can hold multiple accessories at once. And you can combine the climbing shoes and the climbing claws. So part of the game later on is going to be finding specific accessories to combine them together. A lot of mixing and matching. Now, lead and iron respectively is kind of funny, because like, I have gotten past the stage where I need iron tools or iron armor, but iron is used for other things, namely certain types of furniture and certain tools, which means that it's important to collect it regardless of the fact that I don't need it for its material purposes as armor or otherwise. Platinum as well. Platinum I will eventually outphase as a tool for armor and weapons, but it has other uses. One particular use that makes it especially valuable to pick up, which we will get to. Snails. elevator is skeleton in the corner. Why are you hiding that skeleton in your corner? I think the problem we're going to face with the elevator now is that there's going to be a big old lava pit here. And we're going to have to go through it. If we want to continue straight down, we could always divert the elevator. But then it's not a true elevator. It's not a true fall straight down. And isn't that annoying? Why would I want that? Hold on. Let me check my stream settings, make sure it's not that's causing the... No, it looks normal. It shouldn't be causing any major bitrate loss. For what it's worth, it's normal most of the time. Anyway, our next big challenge with the elevator, I don't know if this got picked up or not, is that, as you can see, there's a big nasty lava pit here, in our way. And we're going to have to find how to deal with that. Now, one solution is going to be to pour water into it and kind of weasel our way through. Another solution would be to drain the lava out of this pit. And that is also a solution. I'm going to have to see how much water is above me. That's a decent amount. I could try making an obsidian tunnel, basically. An obsidian tunnel through the lava. So we kind of drain out the water into the elevator. It will pour down. Most of it anyway. Okay. So in order to help the elevator retain water, because it seems like a fair amount of water was lost in that, to make a proper obsidian corridor, I'm going to have to block off, at least temporarily, block off these sections of the wall. Make the elevator completely self-contained. By doing this, I won't You're creating a pseudo-irrigation system, as it were. Okay, so there's a big lake here, as you can see. I stepped on something. Okay. So here's what I'll do. I'm going to try and create a pathway that will guide the water from here. Stop. That will guide the water from the bottom of this mini lake into the elevator shaft. And if there's a lot of water, we might be able to create the obsidian pathway we're looking for. We might not be able to. But the alternative is draining out the lava, and that might take a lot more work. So let's find out. Well, it's following the path so far. Block off the sides. Alright. Well, in that case, how about that? That's a good cylindrical. Cylindrical is not the word. A good tube of water. This is very slow, but steady progress. Sometimes you will get very lucky, and you will not have to encounter lava at all when making the elevator. I'm almost out of water. The upside, I won't drown. The downside, I will have no more material for making the elevator. A large tie and a pickle. There's some extra water. Water, water everywhere, and not a drop to drink. Okay, there's my obsidian tunnel. I think for the rest of this, we may just have to drain the lake, or go somewhere else. We'll see. Let's illuminate the elevator a little bit. know if that's gonna work. Oh my god, alright. Well... Comcast has got to be throttling my internet or something. I know I've complained about it before, but... specifically in this stream. But, like... looking at my bitrate go down, compared to yesterday, is kind of insane. And this didn't happen. And I wonder if they're doing it because it's like 12 p.m. or 12 a.m. and they figure like, oh, nobody's up at this hour. They won't notice. I noticed. Well, the upside is... now that I'm down here, I know that there's a place I can leak this lake into. Which, it may not be a permanent solution, but it will help temporarily, I think. Yeah, I can probably shove this lake into this lake. Now it's a matter of the waiting game. As we wait for the lava to flow out, as it were. Listen to that bubbly lava flows out of cavern ASMR. While I wait for this, I guess I can go store some of my materials. Inventory's getting kind of full, so... New statue to put up here. Believe it or not, statues actually have uses. They're not just decorative. We'll maybe see what they do later. It depends if we get any good statues. Lots of statues have uses, some of them don't. I should have mentioned it. Equipment. Blocks? Toss that in there. I don't have enough space for... This is going to annoy somebody. both because it's asymmetrical and because it's not the right color. I didn't store any stars in my crafting materials. Maybe I should look for a... Well, I'm not doing any fishing right now, so I should probably store all my fishing stuff. Well, it's still nighttime. I should maybe go look for stars. Because I need more mana. Fun fact, if a fallen star lands on an enemy, it will do like 999 damage to them. It's extremely powerful. I don't know if this is the best place to be looking for stars. On the other hand, I'm a bit concerned about the corruption spreading over there, so I think I might want to erect a wall. Erect a wall over there. You know, just to make sure that this part of the map doesn't spread too badly before we get too far in. Alright, I can't see. Okay, so let's put up a wall like right here. Later in the game, these walls will do nothing. They will do absolutely nothing. But for right now, they're okay. Later on in these games, these walls will be absolutely insufficient at keeping out the corruption. But for right now, they'll be alright at doing it, I think. Was there any more corruption on the map? There had to have been, I think. It wasn't just that one area. Oh, there sure was. But I think there's a natural barrier between that giant tree and that part of the map. So the only thing to do would be to put a wall between the left side of the map and the corruption. I had neglected to put up these walls earlier, and while it's not a huge deal right now, it might be if I let the game go on for too long. So, we are going to put up some temporary barriers. Again, later on these barriers will do nothing, but they will be completely insufficient at stopping the spread of the corruption. But by that point, we will have other means to stop the corruption. Okie doke. Sorry, was checking something. Fuck, my bitrate. Hold on a second. Okay. I do not know what's going on with that. I know that the stream is skipping a lot. I have taken steps to fix that, but like... I think there's something that's going on with like streaming at this particular time of night, where the ISP does the funny throttle. I'm gonna stop talking about this. I feel like it's like half the stream at this point where I'm like, oh boy, my ISP is throttling my stream, guys. You can't blame me. I don't know. Like, no, man. I'm doing my best to alleviate the issue. But it seems to be skipping anyway. My hope is that it doesn't occur again, but I don't really know what else to do at this time, other than just don't stream at 12:30 a.m. That's probably the best choice, I think. Alright, so most of it has drained. Regrettably, it seems like we still may have to pump a little bit of water in. I got 3 mana stars out of that little excursion, so that's pretty good. The maximum mana at default is 200. So we are about... we get 20 for each mana star. So we are about 2 mana stars away. Or 10 fallen stars from not really having to collect them again. Well, make no mistake, we will have to collect them again, but for different reasons. Well, that water almost did something. You know, I might be able to drain this lava into this here pit. This here pit. The southern variation of pit that nobody wanted. You've got dark pit, and now you've got this higher pit. Still managed to hit the lava. Anyway. Here we go. I managed to drain the lava pit, and it looks like we're heading straight down to another one. Just my luck. Yep. There she is. Big old pit of lava. Looks like there might be somewhere I can drain it, though. I think using water at this point is a little out of the question. Actually, now that I think about it, one way I would usually solve this problem is I would use explosives. I would just chuck a couple explosives, because you would think that on contact with lava, explosives would just explode. Like they would ignite and explode immediately. They do not, because this is a video game. So instead, I had a lot less money than I thought I did. Regardless, this should be enough. Explosives are pretty good at spreading out lava, making it less concentrated. Kind of like preservatives. Ignore that. Ignore that joke. It didn't make sense. Okay. So we toss that down there. You can kind of see it. There it begins to leak into other caverns. So the goal is going to be to throw explosives down there until it either creates enough space for more rope or finds its way into a much larger cavern. Or both. Both is good. Hey, a geyser. Geysers are a lot of fun. We're gonna see what those do later. What the heck is a bone sword? I might want that. I may want the bone sword. Which is what they called me in college. Senor Bone Sword. Why do they call it sword fighting and not bone sword? Bone sword, 19 melee damage, 17 melee damage. Well. Alright, fair enough. I wonder who could have dropped this. Probably like a fleshman. I remember playing RuneScape and like seeing there were like enemies called like Ankis or something like that. I don't remember quite what they were called, but I think it started with like an A. In like the Stronghold of Security, which was like this dungeon used to test if your password was good or something like that, right? And like and instead of like skeletons, they had like reverse skeletons, and like the Ankis or whatever. I'm just going to call them Ankis. They were just flesh people. That was like their gimmick. They weren't skeletons, like people made of bone. They were people made of flesh. And it was like, oh. So yeah, I imagine that one of those guys dropped this sword. popping in to shit talk what's going on. Well, what's going on right now is my bitrate keeps randomly dropping to like 2 for reasons beyond my comprehension. This is after resetting resetting the resolution to 720p. Yesterday it was working fine. It was working a lot better actually. Appreciate the advice regarding that. The quality was a lot better, and the bitrate was basically had 0 dropped frames yesterday. But now we're dropping frames a lot, and it's unclear to me as to why. I suspect it's because, and this is just a theory, though, I suspect it's because I'm streaming at like 12, what time is it? 11:30 in the morning, or 11:30, 1:30 in the morning, and I suspect the reason why the stream is stuttering now is because my ISP is like, well, nobody's using the internet at 1:30 in the morning. We can throttle it, right? It's like, oh boy. I suspect that's what's happening, but I don't know for sure. Because yesterday I was playing Fire Emblem at the same settings, and I was able to play it without dropping any frames, like, period. I checked at the end of the stream. And the only difference between that stream and this, really, is that I don't think it was yesterday, but I think the only difference between that stream and this, really, was that I streamed that game at like 6 p.m. and I'm streaming this at like 12. I started streaming this at 12:30. What was I looking for down here? All right. I was going to continue the elevator, but then I got distracted by, goodies. Oh. We're almost here. We're almost at hell. I can see the hell layer. Yeah, I wanted to stream earlier today, but I had stuff to do. And then when I was like, I'm gonna stream at 8, I put out the tweet. I was like, I'm gonna stream at 8 today, and then I fell asleep. So I was like, you know what, fuck it. I'm still gonna stream because I figured it was better than not doing it, and I didn't want to hang around at like 12 a.m. doing nothing. So here we are, and I'm facing the consequences for it. But whatever. Okay, so I'm going to leak that out. Maybe look around while that's leaking out. Crown? Oh no, Asian gold helmet. How's its defense? It's better than... It's actually about the same as what I have. And it provides no set bonus, so it's even worse. Which is my... You know, I get the weird feeling that this chest may not be legitimate. Well, here's the thing, Moonabite. I have no viewers, so I don't know when they're most active. I just stream at 6 p.m. because I figure that's a good time when people on the West Coast are home and people on the East Coast are home. I imagine they're probably off work at that point. I guarantee you, mark it right now, I'm gonna fall for that trap later. mushroom biome. I'll have to remember this for later. Depth meter. I need this. That's a rare drop. And it combines into a useful item later. Stream till about 6 p.m. till about 10 p.m. That's about right. That's kind of what I've been doing already. I usually stream at about 6 p.m. and go for around 3-ish hours. 3 to 4 hours usually. That's usually how it goes. Of course, it always kind of varies as well. Like, usually if we're playing with other people, it kind of varies around their schedule. Like, I don't know, if I'm playing TF2 with Reese, it kind of depends when Reese is up, when Reese wants to play games. So, I don't tell Reese, like, Reese, you will play this game at this time. You are my content monkey. You will dance to my tune. Like, nah, I'm not gonna tell him to do that. Like, man, I really did flood this area. Okay, I'll go around. Okay. So you may see some tracks around here. It's because there is a minecart system in this game. I do not use it personally because I feel like it's more trouble than it's more effort than it is actually worth. This game gives you a lot of movement options, which makes and Terraria gives you so many different movement options later on that using the minecart system becomes very slow by comparison. Or just so much effort to put in for something that's a lot slower. So I just don't use it really. There's some dynamite down there. That should flood out, and once it floods out, we should be in hell. But I thought I was already here. Some NPCs have the self-preservation of... I want to say lemmings, but that's inaccurate. Well, we're here. The elevator. When your friends tell you to go to hell, now you can. Well, now that we're in hell, it's time to leave, because I don't actually need to be here yet. Instead, one has to question, am I ready to fight the Eye of Cthulhu? Probably. I kind of thought that the Eye of Cthulhu was going to spawn naturally at this point. He didn't. So whatever. I guess it's time to spawn him on my own then. And that means making a battle arena. Typically speaking, in Terraria there is... You don't have to make a battle arena, but it really helps. Ostensibly battle arenas are man-made structures that are like... that you put in to help yourself fight bosses later in the game, or fight bosses. Because bosses have distinct attack patterns that can make them difficult to fight under normal circumstances. So you create specific man-made buildings that make them easier to combat. I'm making this sound a lot more complicated than it is. You kind of just create a bunch of platforms. Well, I have a lot of rocks, so let's try that. That should be a decent amount. Okay. Let's see here. I'll uproot some of these sunflowers. Sunflowers give you a passive buff, passive speed buff by being nearby them. I want the arena to be fairly close to spawn. Fairly tall and fairly wide. Because we'll be using these arenas multiple times for multiple bosses. We'll be creating a lot of arenas for different bosses, but we will also have this big main arena near spawn that we'll be using for multiple bosses. We will have the big main arena and a couple of sub-arenas. Okay, Moonabite, take care of yourself. Start it like here and just build up for a really long time. Admittedly, I don't know if I actually need or want walls for this arena, but I guess that's what we're doing. I will adjust the height of that once I know how big this structure actually is. Looking at it now, I think I made a mistake. This the structure is not actually very wide, or at least not as wide as I know it's going to need to be in order for me to fight the bosses I want to fight. Okay, so instead of putting it here, I'll actually put the edge of the boss fight, like, how about I connect it to this wall at the corruption? That'd be good. It's gonna be a bit difficult initially with all these guys here, but it'd be a nice way to, like, block out the corruption and also have the end of the boss arena at the same time. Man, are these guys going to be a problem? I'm going to form the boss arena around the landscape, I think, rather than try to terraform this entire rock. That would take a lot of time. Start here. And the basic gist is you basically just have a very long series of platforms. That allow the player to run on them and jump between them. This will be a pretty big build, bigger than anything we've done so far. Because granted, everything we've done so far have been like basically prison housing for the NPCs. Okay, how high can I jump? About this high. So if I put the platform like right here-ish. I won't be able to reach it. So let's do one lower. There we go. So I put the platform like right here-ish. You can also hammer some of these platforms out so they look prettier. Boss arenas tend to attract NPCs. Or NPCs, not NPCs. NPCs is like a weird term in Terraria because NPCs tends to refer to friendly characters, whereas like enemies is enemies, you know? So, what I mean to say is it attracts enemies, simply because it's a vast open space with not a lot of obstacles that prevents them from spawning. The general point of a boss arena is to give the player a lot of area to move around in, to dodge attacks, such and such, as well as a lot of areas to jump down, maneuver in, etc., etc. How high can I jump? So if I put it like right here, that should do. Stone is a good material for this. Stone or wood, because you have a lot of it. I have a lot of leftover stone from building the elevator. There's a lack of notable buffs on this side of the map, so we're gonna put a sunflower right here, 2 sunflowers. What sunflowers do is they provide this happy buff, which increases your movement speed and reduces monster spawns. We're also going to want a campfire, if we can build one. Probably at both ends of the boss arena. What a campfire does is it increases your life regen. It also provides a buff. Those are also useful to have in boss arenas. It won't save your life or anything, but every little bit helps. Even with the reduced monster spawns, we're still getting slimes. They're very attracted to this area. I need more platforms. I'm going to put a little crack in here. Giggity. In order to... If I have stone bricks, I should be able to make a stone door. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna put a little crack in there just so I can get in there in and out, so I don't have to climb the giant wall every time I want to move to the left of the map. Oh. Cool. Eventually we're gonna have to throw down a bunch of torches on this as well, because it will get pretty dark at nighttime. underdog. I could use with some more health. My armor is pretty good right now, but I could do with some more health if I could get it. I wonder if I have enough platinum to make the full set of armor. I know I accidentally made the platinum helmet. So I mean, we're 1/3 of the way there. I already have a platinum staff as well, so I don't really need a weapon for it. Jump. Not about here, like about there. It's a little bit lower to the ground, but it should be expected. It's a little bit higher than usual for the platforms, but I can make it. Looks like the choice has been made for me. I had expected this happening a lot earlier. Alright. So an evil presence watching you means that the Eye of Cthulhu, which is the first big boss of the game, that means he's coming for you. You can summon him manually, but he also appears naturally under certain conditions. And it seems I have spent too much time waiting around, so he's coming for me. It's very fortunate that he comes now as I'm building the boss arena. It means that there's a fair chance we can beat him. He can be challenging though. I have more mana than I did before, so I think that, you know... I have a regeneration potion, an iron skin potion that will give me a health regeneration and allow me to take less damage. You know, I can't help but feel that this dramatic moment may have been undercut by my bitrate dropping right as the moment the Eye of Cthulhu arrived. Anyway, he's here now. We're fighting him. We're playing the feud. As a first boss, he's not tremendously complicated, but he can be challenging if you don't have a lot of health or good armor, because he does a fair amount of damage. Or he can if you, again, don't have good armor and health. It seems I have vastly overestimated this boss, however. And part of that may be because sometimes I play this game on harder difficulties where he is more dangerous. I'm out of mana. It's good I got as much mana as I did. As you can see, the purpose here of the arena is to have a wide space to run away from this boss. But hey, I did it. Now, the main reason you fight the Eye of Cthulhu is because he drops this special ore called Demonite Ore. And Demonite Ore is kind of the next-ish tier of ore behind Platinum. It's pretty useful. You can make various types of armor, as well as not only can you make various types of armor out of it, but you can also make, more importantly, special pickaxes, fishing rods, generally some useful stuff. I think it might be useful to finish the boss arena before we do anything else. But on the other hand, what's the monster lasagna? I'm not gonna spend my rotten flesh on that. That is funny though. Demonite bar. 23 pages of that. Mana crystal. One more of those to go. You can get more than 200 mana, and we will actually be seeking out material that will give us more than 200 mana since we are going for a mage build. But we won't focus on that for right now. I feel like something's missing here. Guide. Tell me what I can do with this. Magoluminescence is a very useful piece of equipment, actually. I might consider getting that. Right. You need a shadow scale. To get the pickaxe and the armor, you need shadow scales. Where do you get shadow scales, you may ask? Well, from our next boss, which we will go fight. I think if we can beat the Eye of Cthulhu, we can probably beat the next boss as well. The next boss is actually kind of easy. Provides movement speed and acceleration, provides light when worn. I really don't need this. So, if I have topaz, I can just make that. Fisher of Souls. So why don't we invest in a Fisher of Souls as well as Magnoluminescence. So many build options that it lagged my game for a second. Chuck that in there. Fisher of Souls. And now I move faster and have automatic light source. Very nice. Okay. So our next boss is going to be in the Corruption, which very fortunately is right over to the left. It's not very far. How much platinum do I have? Fair amount. Let's see how much platinum I'll get if I... $30 for platinum chainmail. $65. So if I added that with the tungsten, so that's 4, 5, that's 9, plus 3 equals 12, plus an additional 3 equals 15 overall defense. 15 overall defense. I'm getting 23 somehow. what would happen if I replace this with the platinum crown and the platinum chainmail? I would actually have less defense overall. Okay. So we will shelve that for now until I can get platinum pants. Let's look for gray brick. Let's make a stone door. I really don't need this vine rope thing, so let's just sell it. Obsidian, topaz, demonite, sell that. Corrupt seeds. I will never need these. The corruption spreads well enough on its own that I will never need them. Crafting materials. I may need a rotten chunk later, as well as worm teeth. But for right now, I think we'll be fine. Mechanics. Come on, let me just label this. Mechanics. Okay. That'll help. And mechanics is anything that requires wire. Basically, this game's equivalent to redstone to use. Alright. Boop. And delete that block, put that there. Fissure of Souls is good because it has potion ingredients. Chuck sunflower in there. Eat the apple. And then there it dies. Did it not save? Mechanics. Okay, let's see if the angler has anything I can do today. Hopefully. Sky Lakes. Kill me. Alright, I may have no capacity to actually do that quest for him right now. Ah yes, the Dryad. Is she in the jungle? Ooh, okay. How much money do I have? 9? Cool. Alright. So what we're actually going to do then... Okay, so here's what I learned. We unlock the Dryad, and the Dryad is important for a couple of things. One of them is planting seeds. And that'll help with potion creation. We have all these seeds for different potions, potion materials, but we don't have anywhere to plant them. Or rather, we could, but it'd be really inconvenient. So we're going to go to the Dryad and get some planter boxes. And in addition, because the Dryad is now in the jungle, because that's where she likes to live, I'm going to get a pylon there so we can teleport to the jungle whenever. which will be important because, as mentioned previously, we are going to have to go to the jungle a lot. So, but another thing we're gonna have to do first is because the angler is like, I wanna fish from a sky lake. We have to find a sky lake. Now, I don't have anything to get me high enough to get to a sky lake yet because they're in the sky. But I do have 2 gravitation potions that I found. What gravitation potions do is they let you go like this. They let you reverse gravity for a little bit. And let you find floating islands. So sometimes there will be floating islands, and floating islands sometimes contain lakes, and sometimes they contain houses and violent things. I don't know if they're super terrible violent in this part of the game. You know what, maybe I should try to get to a location where they can't hit me. Hey, I got it. Alright. Well, then our next job is going to be to fly down. Actually, I have the gravity potion, so I'm just going to sort of pseudo-fly my way to the jungle. As you can see, I'm kind of uncovering parts of the map in the mini-map there. This is a decent way to look for floating islands. Another thing to note is that your gravity potion does not necessarily reduce fall damage. So even if you're floating upwards, you can still die of fall damage. That cloud looks like a bunny. So you gotta be careful not to get too frisky with the gravity potions. You still might, you know, wreck yourself. There's a harpy, and there's another one. Harpies are like sky-based enemies that only appear near floating islands, or just really high up. They're pretty rude. Oh god! Alright. No more flying. That harpy chased me all the way here. I heard that the old ball and chain's a real harpy, but I didn't mean like this. Nyah, 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 nyah. Alright, well, let's see. Hello. There we go. Another pylon. It's another teleportation spot. So I'm just gonna quickly turn in my quest for the angler then. He gave me a sonar potion, a thing I never use. So I will just go ahead and sell that sonar potion to the Dryad because she'll really make use of it. So what the Dryad has is things like purification powder, which reduces the spread of the corruption. It'll purify the land, but she also carries things like pumpkin seeds and aesthetic stuff. But for our purposes, the most useful thing that she has is planter boxes. Now, despite the fact that these are called Blinkroot planter boxes and Daybloom planter boxes, they are not actually associated with their particular plants, and they are just stylistic. They are just aesthetic. You can plant any kind of plant in any kind of planter box. It doesn't matter. I'm going to buy like 60. You can have this gold helmet. And what we're going to do now is I'm going to go home and screw it, why not? Why don't we put this right in between the houses and the boss arena? Leaf wand. We can put... Do I have any sand? I don't think I do. Probably don't. I usually like to put a little greenhouse around the planter boxes because it's like, oh, it's cute, it's like a greenhouse. But I don't think I have any. I don't think I've been to the desert very much. I think I went to the desert once to go throw the dye trader there and never see him again. So I think... While I'm here, I should probably put a door down. There. Okay. In the meantime, hammer out the ugly. If you're ever feeling ugly, hit yourself with a hammer. That'll fix it. Let's see. Get rid of these walls. Alright. So I usually do about 10, which is more than enough for each plant. I think there's like 6 or 7 different types of plants. Maybe. Question mark. So let's start like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm gonna move that because it looks weird and asymmetrical to me. Okay. That's good. And then the funny thing about planter boxes is that they're also platforms. I think you only need to give your plants like one space to grow in. Yeah, that's about right. As you can see, when the planter boxes don't have anything to grow in them, they will just grow flowers. What we will do here is we will grow there we go. Okay, potion ingredients. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Now I've got all the seeds that I have. Well, I have all the seeds that I have. Brilliant commentary, my dude. Alright, point being, we'll put them in there and let them go for a while. Moonglow seeds. Sliverthorn? Whatever. Sliverthorn. And then there's waterleaf seeds. We still need Fire Blossom, Deathweed, so I guess I need more. I need to return to the Dryad and get some more planter boxes. I need 10 more of these. Okay. Some of them grow very fast, like day blooms, and some of them will grow exceedingly slowly. With this living wood, I can create a naturally aesthetic condition. Naturally aesthetic building for these plants. The plants all have their different bloom conditions that make them ideal for harvesting. Moonglow, for instance, only blooms during the night. Daybloom naturally blooms during the day. Some of them are a little more weird. Fire Blossom only blooms during the sunset. And I think Deathweed is really obtuse because like it only blooms during blood moons or something like that. Living wood door. We put living wood lantern up here. Some flower walls. It's not quite a greenhouse, but it's a very naturalistic sort of area for the plants, yes? I treat these plants probably a lot better than I treat my villagers. I don't think there are any more holes here. Alrighty. And that should give us a consistent and steady supply of potion ingredients, supposing we can continue to get seeds. For some, that should be easy. For others, who can tell? Do I have dynamite on me? I do not. I'm going to need dynamite. I also might need more hearts, but that's besides the point. Yo, dog. Alright, 4 dynamite is probably not enough, but it's better than not having dynamite. Okay. We are going to try and fight the next boss. I'm a little worried because I have like 200 health, which is like, it's not, I mean, it's alright, but like, it is not, it could be better, is what I would say. I don't even have max mana yet. Oh boy. So, a little bit ago I mentioned that we needed the shadow scales to upgrade our gear. And the way that we get shadow scales is through, as I mentioned, the second boss. We're going to go fight him, and he's not too hard. However, comma. I think it is bad manners. I think it is, bad practice to, think like, oh, it's gonna be easy, You never know. I'm noticing a subtle design flaw in this plan. Okay, let's see. So down here, deathweed? I got deathweed seeds. That's going into planter boxes. So anyhow, we came down here once, right? To make something at... We must have come down here once. Did I come down here to make the Eye of Cthulhu? I don't know what else I would have come down here for. There's some additional demonite ore if I wanted it. So as you can see, there's a couple things down here. There's deathweeds, there's glowing purple orbs, which we may gaze upon. There's demon altars, which you can craft things at. There's giant holds that lead to nowhere. There's big old giant holes. Now, I don't think going down this hole is actually very useful. I was kind of hoping to find a more open area, because I want to find a big open area to fight the boss in and create a pseudo arena. But I'm not finding that here. Because I basically have two options right now. I can either fight the boss underground, because we will have to spawn him underground, and then run all the way up the caverns and fight him, or I can spawn him underground and then quickly try to run all the way up and fight him above ground. Both are valid strategies, it's just that, like, one is risky. The downside to fighting him underground is you don't get a lot of space. The downside to fighting him above ground is you have to spend the first fight of the boss fight running away from the boss and trying to get above ground, which is both inconvenient and dangerous to you as the player. And if you lose the boss fight, he despawns, so you've got to spawn him again. And that's not always convenient or easy. Okay. Well, I haven't done this in a while. Usually I fight him underground, but I'm legitimately not finding a cavern in which I can combat him in. So today... we are going to do some pretty big funnies. We can put a campfire down in this arena, but we will not be able to put down, for instance, sunflowers, because sunflowers don't grow here. Nothing grows here. Nothing good anyway. Gallus, the traveling merchant. Damn, he probably has something I want and can't afford. You know, I should probably put walls up, because if I don't, I'm gonna be assaulted at all sides, at all times by these guys. This boss fight doesn't need to be as large or comprehensive as the other one was, because I think you fight basically like one boss here, and it's this one. Look at those guys build up. They really want me. I wish I could say that about the audience. Did I dye my suit green? No, it just looks like that. Why does tungsten armor look like that? Okay. Let's put down a campfire here for regen. And to facilitate getting up this, I'm going to put some platforms here to help get up this cavern faster. because once we spawn the boss, we will need to get up the cavern fast. Okay. Step 1. So, in order to spawn the boss, we will need to do either one of two things. We need to use a special item, which we're not doing this time. Or we need to break 3 shadow orbs. Shadow orbs being these things. A horrible chill goes down your spine. They drop muskets sometimes. They're good if you want a ranged build. I don't want that right now though, so I'm not going to do that. Okay. I don't know if I have a pickaxe that's capable of breaking ebon stone. So this is going to be tricky, right? Well, I can break this one for free. Zealous Ball of Hurt. That's a pretty good melee weapon. I'm going to take that over the bone. The bone sword. There's certain melee sub-weapons. Like, there are different kinds of melee weapons in this game. There aren't just swords. There are also flails, which are what these are. There are yo-yos, which are a fun and unique kind of melee weapon. You can do a whole yo-yo build. Alright. I suspect once we when we destroy this, we will spawn the boss. I hope we can beat it because I don't want to have to spawn him manually with an item because that's a pain, and I also don't want to have to look around for more of these orbs or have to get more dynamite to blow this up. I'm hoping this is going to be a one and done kind of deal. He's not too hard, like I said, but still. Let's eat a fish. That'll give me minor improvements to all stats. Firstly, let's see if that just spawns the boss immediately. No, okay. Alright, well I can't break this ebon stone, and I can't get through that passage, so I'm just going to have to throw my last bit of dynamite in there, which I suspect when it lands is going to spawn the boss, because it will break that orb when it explodes. So I'm just going to start running immediately. Fire in the hole. So this is the Eater of Worlds. He's a big worm. So interestingly, if you had chosen to make your world Crimson, which is the alternative to Corruption, this is a corrupted world, not a Crimson world. This boss would be different. He would be the brain of Cthulhu, and his boss fight is completely different. It's also kind of easy, but it would be different. As you can see, as you split him into different parts, he multiplies into different creatures. This boss is generally better for resource farming than the Eye of Cthulhu because he drops both Demon Scales and Demonite Ore. He can be a little bit stronger though, and if you break him up into too many pieces, he can also be a bit hard to manage. So you should be careful, especially in the early game. I think we'll be able to get him though. Again, I think I have severely overestimated. Either I've underestimated my own ability, or overestimated the game's ability. Perhaps a mix of both. Nice thing about this boss also is that you can get partial rewards for partially defeating it. Most of the time you will not get any rewards for beating the boss unless you fully defeat them. Well, because this boss is measured in segments, you can still get some stuff if you just beat them partially. As far as I know, this is the only boss in the game that works like that. I suppose there are some end boss rewards you will not get, though. For instance, we would not have gotten this trophy. Or this Eater of Worlds mask. I see everything. I know everything. Well, that was that. If I had more money, I'd do it again. In fact, maybe I can sell some of my junk and then go back and fight him again for more resources. I think I want to do that because I know I'm going to need more scales than this. Platinum ore, worm tooth. There's still probably a couple shadow orbs. Like, it's very good to spawn the Eater of Worlds manually, or not manually, using the orbs, because you don't have to create an item out of it. But every time you do that, you reduce the amount of times you can do it in the future. There's always more orbs somewhere, I guess. Well, not really. That's a lie. There are a limited amount of orbs in the world, even if the corruption spreads. So eventually you will have to spawn that boss manually. So it's good to get the resources out of the non-manual ones when you can. Exploit the resources while they're still there, as it were. Okay. Another thing I should maybe do is... How much does a piggy bank cost? 81, so that's okay. I'll put that like right here. Hey, Sam, move it. I need to access my piggy bank. So you don't need... So a piggy bank can actually store anything, but it is nice to have to store money, because there will be certain high value items that we will need later, and it's nice to just have a rainy day fund for when those items appear. Speaking of which... We have a trophy. Man. I like to think that most of my buildings look okay. This central building looks like complete ass. It is not very good looking. Anyway though, we got a musket and some musket balls. Which means a new NPC should be arriving soon. Unless there's no housing for him. Which might mean he's not moving in anytime soon. That may actually be 100% why he's not moving in. Well, let's go fight the boss first, and then we can endeavor to... That nearly killed me. Okay. Alright, so... So, what I will do is I will... going to fight the boss again. If I can find more orbs. But... if I cannot... and then I will try to build a house for the incoming NPC. I think it might benefit me to build like a guest house, like a temporary house for NPCs to move into while they don't have a house to move into. Well, there's one orb. There's a second one over there. Is there a third one nearby? Mystic Vilethorn. Oh, I know this. It's a magic damage weapon that's probably not as good as what I already have. But it might be worth trying, because it looks like it penetrates. Ooh, it does penetrate. It makes up for its lack of damage in being able to penetrate and hit multiple times. That's gonna be crazy good on the worm. Oh. Terraria has a fair amount of trick weapons like that, where the damage will be exceedingly low and the knockback will be really shit, and it'll be like, wow, this weapon sucks, why would I use it? And then, its gimmick is that it'll be extremely fast, or like... or it'll penetrate, or it'll have some other thing to it that makes it worth using despite its otherwise low stats. The mini shark and the mega shark are kind of like that, where like the mega shark is this weapon, this gun in the game that like has really weak knockback and its damage is really garbage. However, ooh, shadow orb. This is like a little pet guy. He provides you a little bit of light. Anyway, like I was saying, the Mega Shark and the Mini Shark are these guns that fire extremely fast. And even though they don't do a lot of damage, it builds up really quickly because of the way that the Mini Shark and the Mega Shark fire so quickly. And even though they don't have a lot of knockback initially, because they fire so much, the knockback builds up immensely. And you realize that them having no knockback is a nerf. That if they had any kind of knockback, the enemies would be on the other side of the map from how often they fire. Like, a meteorite has landed. That's important. And we'll get to that. That's important. It's an icon and it's the moment. But... We will go to the meteorite, but there are certain things we have to do first. Like, defeat this boss one more time, and... here it is. gonna drop this here, and I think that's gonna probably hit the orb, so I'm gonna... Yep. Yep. Yeah, this is the awkward part. This is why I don't really like fighting the boss above ground, because you gotta do a whole jungle gym to get to the arena. When you fight him underground, you can just... Oh, it's so good. It's so good, and it costs no mana to use. Oh man, he's gonna crumple in on me. I don't really like this position I'm in right now. That's an opening. It's just a wall and he has to run through it. Like... I never realized how violent this game is. Like, there's a lot of guts flying everywhere. It's not really something you could think about because it's all pixelated. It's got a real, not Miami Connection. Miami Connection's the movie about the ninjas. What's the pixelated game with Miami in the title that's like, Hotline Miami. Yeah, that game. Sometimes I don't think about how violent that game is because, like, it's all pixelated. It's like, haha, cute pixelated game. It's not violent, but there's blood everywhere. It's like... I got another trophy. I don't really need that. Okie dokie. Big house. Okay. Where to go from here? Home, I guess. Well, now we should have most, if not all of the parts to make most, if not all of the parts to make yada 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 the everything we need for... Actually, what I'm gonna do first, I'm gonna make an obsidian skull. An obsidian skull is used for like 80 billion things. I have never played Terraria, but it's nice to see people having fun. Yeah, this game is fun. I'd give it a try if you haven't. It's usually like $5 on Steam. It's pretty comprehensive. You'll usually need like a wiki open in the other tab, but It's fun. Let's see here. I shouldn't actually put that in this chest. Materials, diet, space, equipment. It's here somewhere. There. So let's exchange these for bars. And now we have a better pickaxe. Notably, it's able to mine hellstone, which is important. Breaker, hammer power. That's of importance. Thinking about it, I'm not actually sure if I really need nor want the shadow armor, since I'm going to replace it in 2 seconds anyway. I could have built the shadow armor, but however, the thing about shadow armor is that it's mostly a ranged or melee sort of build. A ranged or melee kind of armor set. But we're about to acquire a very good magic set. So I don't actually think I'm going to build that, because I feel as though it would be a waste of resources. Oh, I have 2 leaf ones? Alright. In the meantime, note from editor, you use commas too much. I'm going to the desert to get some ice cream. Now, I'm going to go to the desert. Presuming the angler doesn't have any quests today. It's very easy to get distracted right now. Where did he go? Surface tundra. Okay. Might as well. Ugh. Okay, so Angler said to go to the tundra, which is annoying because I don't have a teleport there. On the other hand, I also don't have a teleport to the desert, so I'm also going to be walking there. And it's on the way, so might as well, right? Corruption has seemingly not spread too far out of this area. Let's see. There are not a tremendous amount of surface lakes in the tundra. This may honestly be the best we can do. It remains to be seen if this will actually suffice as a body of water. Terraria can be a little stingent about what it considers a lake, and what it's like, no, you can't fish in this. Like, I'm not getting any poles on. Alright, old shoe. Seaweed. Does this count as the tundra, or is it too much in the other biome for it to count? Now this is a problem. Okay, so our tundra biome did not actually come with a big enough lake. Hold on. So I don't know if we can really actually catch this fish. Without creating a man-made lake or expanding the size of a pre-existing lake. That in and of itself is not too difficult. It's more just something I gotta run out and do. It'll probably be easier to do with the pylon in place. So I guess we'll skip today's fishing mission and focus on getting the pylon set up. Are we still in the snow biome? It still seems to think we are. If I catch the thing here, I'm gonna like lose my mind. That's an exaggeration. I won't lose my mind. I will just be very surprised that that happened. Come on, he's getting closer. This does count as the frost biome. That's a snow exclusive fish right there. Alright, well, we got until morning. This fishing rod is a lot better than the iron one for sure. Still could do with some improvements though. That slime just murdered that penguin. Usually I have to do something like that. It's getting dark. I'm concerned about time. I wonder if... Oh, I found it. That's amazing. I can't believe I managed to find a spot where I could cheese out the tundra. Hello, my friend. Huh. I built your house out of sandstone. Somehow I don't remember that. Ah, well. Alright. Well, I happen to know, because I've played this game a lot, I happen to know who the next NPC we need to recruit is. And I know why he's not showing up. Because he doesn't have a house to live in. So we're gonna give him a house. Last time we built it out of sandstone. This time, let's make it out of cactus. That sounds comfortable to live in. And by contrast, let's make the furniture out of palm wood. To differentiate it somewhat from the other house. Palm wood table. And then we will cactus walls. Okay, so I built the house for the new NPC. He should arrive... I don't think they arrive at night, so he should arrive tomorrow. In the meantime, let's get this fish over to the angler before he falls asleep and is like, I don't want that anymore. Golden bug net. Used to catch critters. Can catch lava critters too. That's actually very useful. You use the bug net to catch bait, and there's certain bait that can only be caught with, like, in certain circumstances. Like, there is certain bait that can only be caught, for instance, in hell there will be lava critters that can only be caught with a fire net, unless you have the golden net. What is the lava net? It's a net you get from crafting some lava stuff with a butterfly net. But we don't need that anymore. Also, I got some sliverthorn. Shiverthorns. That's what they're called. Okay, shiverthorn. So harvest moonglow. Harvest this blink root. Blink root is full up. Moonglow. There we go. Garden is coming along nicely. So put all that stuff there. Throw that junk away. Mana potions. Those are actually useful. Normally I kind of just like toss mana potions in a pile and then never think about them again. Now I actually need them. That's very weird for me. For most builds, you really don't need mana potions. But now I guess I do, huh? Cooked fish. I might as well just stack these. If I can stack a bunch of these and just never run out of stab boosters. Like... Anyway, we ought to go find out where that meteorite dropped. Now I suspect because I went all the way over here and I didn't find a meteorite, it's not over there. Which means it has to be on the other side of the map somewhere. Blocks. Crafting materials. Potions, potion ingredients. Okie dokie. So we'll know the meteor when we see it. I guarantee you this. It's gonna be pretty obvious. My only hope is that it didn't land on anything super important. Nobody's homeless, so I don't think it landed on a house or anything. Alright, we got max mana. I think oftentimes meteorites will crash into the corruption. At least that's my experience. But I don't think that's a guarantee either. There still is value in collecting mana stars. Yeah, here it is. Now normally, these meteorite blocks that I'm standing on right now would continually burn you and damage you over and over. However, that's why I was like, we need to get the obsidian skull, because it would say that grants immunity to fire blocks. Very useful. And why I made sure to make it before we came here. So we're gonna mine out most of this. The challenge, of course, is going to be that we're going to be constantly harassed by what are known as meteor heads. They don't have a lot of health and they die pretty easily, but there are a lot of them. What they lack in raw strength, they make up for in there being a lot of them. They're like the Soviet Army. They're like the Soviet Army, or a public TF2 server. And even though the blocks can't set me on fire, they sure can. And we're gonna need a lot of meteorite, because we're gonna need most of everything here. Meteorite becomes useful later, and for our particular build, we're gonna want this. Because meteorite allows you to get one of the best early game magic armor sets, as well as magic items. I have an idea of who our next boss fight will be, but I'm also kind of wondering, because we have a choice of who the next boss fight will be. Well, there's always a choice, but like, I guess what I mean to say is I'm kind of debating over which one to do first. There's like a mandatory fight, and then the optional fight. And I'm wondering which one would be easier, which one would be more beneficial. I think the optional fight might be a bit easier, and it might actually be overall better for me, since that particular area in general just might be better. Yeah, I think I made up my mind. We're gonna do the optional fight first. It's gonna have a lot of cool stuff in it. A goblin army is alright, well, I guess we're gonna have to do this first. So the goblin army is, this game has, in addition to regular boss fights, it also has, like, tower defense-esque, wave fighting boss fights. Ah, Christ. Alright, I'm gonna go home. So I imagine that this is kind of confusing to anybody who saw the stream skip and then was like, why are we home? Why are we fighting goblins now? And the answer is a goblin army spawned, which is like a tower defense wave, like, boss fight that can just randomly spawn after a certain conditions have been met. And, you know, that's cool, that's fine. So I was like, I'd rather fight this at home than in a random pit with meteors. So I chose to do that. But the stream also happened to skip. The bitrate happened to fall down when that happened. So, I think from your perspective it looked like I was in the meteor pit mining meteorite and now I'm back home fighting goblins. So there's a lot of context missing. Maybe I should get into the boss arena for this. think a goblin armies will come unprompted, like, usually once or twice, and then you have to summon them manually. They usually don't come super unprompted. I think it's better to do this in the arena because we have, like, regen, places to jump around. Man, this weapon is destroying them. Oh. There are a fair amount of boss fights like this in the game that consist of waves of several enemies rather than one large one. The Goblin Army is the first and the easiest, but in the early game it can be a little overwhelming simply because there are a lot of enemies. And in case it has not been remarked, Goblin these nuts. Perhaps I should be using the spiky balls they drop. These guys drop spiky balls. They're basically hand-thrown traps. If enemies step on them, they take damage. They're also penetrative and do damage over multiple instances, meaning the longer the enemies step on them, they do more damage. However, they don't do a lot, and they don't really scale, so later on, they seem like they'd be really useful, but they're only really useful for this fight, because, like, they just don't do a lot of damage to later enemies. I think I've mostly cleared the fight, though. The Goblin Army itself does not drop a tremendous amount of useful things. Like, I think what I got out of that fight was a harpoon, which does, range damage. Granted, it doesn't have to consume ammo. It's alright. But it's not great either. And hey, brother. So I think, this is the Tavern Keep. He holds a minigame, and in a minigame for Terraria. I don't think we'll be playing it. I think it's like a Dungeons Defenders crossover minigame thing that you can play to earn summons. I'm probably not going to do that, but he's still a town NPC who affects, like, town happiness and stuff like that, so we are going to build him a house. He just randomly spawns after certain conditions are met, and stuff like that. And he does count towards pylon usage, so, you know, even though we aren't going to use him, I am going to exploit him in order to build a pylon underground. So I'm glad he appeared, even if he doesn't have a real use for me. Alright, let's grab some stuff. We'll have to go back to that meteorite. We'll take a break from that for right now to build this guy a house. He's a bar owner, so let's build him. I don't have a sawmill. What am I doing with myself? Alright. Crafting materials. I never built a chains. Alright. The chains! Chains. It should be able to build a, whoops, build a sawmill. Sawmill. There's just a game, but it's weird physics and such and such. Alright, place that here. Alright. Bar. Bar stool. Keg. There, okay. I mean, as long as we have chains, we might as well make, like, a chandelier as well. Why can't we make a tin chandelier? Is that disallowed? Here it is. Glass kiln. Why do I even bother? Alright. Okay. So I'm gonna head all the way down. Now the demolitionist actually really likes the tavern keep. Something about dwarves and beer and such and such and such. Profiling. Point being, if we put his house right next to the dwarves, he'll be really happy about it and sell explosives for dirt cheap. Because that's how that works. Watch where you throw that thing, my man. You might hurt somebody. I gotta say, it's kind of weird to have to strategically figure out when to speak and when to stay silent, because I know that, like, whatever I'm gonna say is gonna be cut out by the rate dropping. So it's like, oh no, whatever I'm gonna say here is about to be cut out by the bit rate dropping, so I better not say too much. Did I make a door for this place? I sure didn't. Well, I've got like 19 of these. Alright. Do I make a stone door or... Yeah, sure. Stone door. I think I went too far. Our main mission today is going to be to set up some pylons, one in the desert and one underground. Bar. Keg on the bar. Bar stool. Bar stool. Door. Chandelier. And that should be adequate living space, I think. Hey man, will you sell me a pylon? Not right now. Okay, cool. Maybe if I like leave and reload the area, he'll be there. He's not there. Maybe I should also put some platforms. Move. Now they can actually reach each other, and that's good. Let me check the map, see if they're down there yet. Nope, he's still wandering around. Alright, well, I guess I'll go to the desert then. A lot of the NPCs' names in Terraria will be references to other media. Like in one of my other worlds, the Tavern Keep's name is Mo, like from The Simpsons. So that way you can be like, oh, I get that reference. Let's see. Or rather, I would let's see, if it wasn't so dark. You know, now that I think about it, there is actually a tertiary boss we have not fought yet. It's a snow-related boss. He's not really that important. He doesn't really drop anything very good. But we could go fight him. I'll consider it, but I will maybe do that a bit later. Oh, Christ. I used up my jump too early there. So this is Dante, the arms dealer. He's useful for giving us a pylon right now, but also if you were into a ranged build and wanted to use guns, he'd be your best friend. We're not doing that, so he's kind of meh. But that's okay. It's for other people. He shows up as soon as you get a gun, which is usually once you fight the fight the Eater of Worlds. Because when you break the purple orbs, that usually hands you a musket, and that will usually be the trigger that'll allow the arms dealer to appear. Alright, be that pylon. Alright, that'll help us get to the left side of the map a bit easier. Alright, where was the meteor? Oh wow, the meteor was right near the corruption tree. That's gonna stop the spread of the corruption quite a bit. Looks like Tavern Keep finally got underground. And I should have enough for another pylon. There we go. So now we have most of the pylons we're going to have set up for the map. Like, I think that's almost all of them. There should be another pylon for... Let me check. So we have jungle pylon, the ocean pylon, the forest pylon, the cavern pylon, the desert pylon. There will be 2 more pylons, one of which is not available at this point. And one of them will be the snow pylon. The snow pylon will also probably not be available until later, simply because there's just only a few NPCs that actually like living in the snow. That'll come later. And then the other pylon will come much later. So we have 2 more left. So anyway, as I was saying, we have 2 pylons left. One is in the snow, and the other one's in a location that we cannot, doesn't even exist yet, so... We'll see. But for now, we resume meteorite mining. Now, for a while, traditional cave mining is going to stop. We're going to be doing a lot of exploring through other places. That's a big net, but it's not one we need right now. I appear to be on fire. I do believe I'm on fire. I appear to have burst into flames. I think that is like one of the more subtle and really good jokes in Team Fortress, like the spy being on fire and being like, yes, I'm on fire. Like the very understated reaction to it, like, yes indeed. Like maybe it's just the desire to be so professional and clean cut that like, even when on fire, he's like, oh yes. Meteorite is mostly useful at this part of the game, and at some other points, at later parts of the game, for a couple of other things. For right now, it's kind of eh. But for right, it has its best use right now, and has some mild uses later on. Once you kind of expended a meteorite, more meteorites will fall eventually, but it's kind of random. So it's good to stock up when you got it. Part of the reason I wanted to fight the boss first, before going to the meteorite, was because getting this pickaxe allows you to mine through Ebonstone, or Crimstone, as it's known in the Crimson worlds, and that's pretty important for mining out leftover meteorite that isn't fully exposed. I couldn't do that with the previous pickaxe. You could always use dynamite, of course, but that's rather expensive. It's a difficult habit to maintain. How many meteorite? 315. Not bad. I think that should more than cover it. I'm gonna get a bit more anyway, though. So we have 333. That should be enough. Okay. Now let's convert the meteorite into 111 bars. Meteor Hamaxe. 60 hammer power, 100 axe power. That's better than both of our hammer and axe combined. It combines the power of the axe and the hammer together, the Hamaxe. Wondrous invention. But first we're going to get the space gun. Masterful space gun. Excellent. Very good. What we'll want is the meteor suit, the meteor helmet, and the meteor leggings. Meteor suit, meteor helmet, meteor leggings, meteor hammer, murderous meteor hammer. And we can probably sell the hammer and the breaker. We don't actually need it anymore. We still have 26 bars left to spare. Which, if I look into my gem compartment, what kind of gems do I have? Rubies? Sure. 27 melee damage. How much does this do? A little bit less, but we'll be able to swing this faster. They all do the same damage, but green is my favorite color. So I'm going to create a green phase blade. It's just an excuse to have a lightsaber in the game. You can also make that out of meteorite bars. It's fun. Let's take this off. Let's be Rocket Man. Ooh. I think it's gonna be a long time until this joke becomes funny. Okay, so this is a magic set. It increases your magic damage, as well as gives you extra defense, 9% increase in magic damage, etc., etc. And the set bonus, rather than giving you an increase to defense or anything like that, is that your space gun, which is this, now costs 0 mana, which means you can just spam this weapon. It's just free spam. You basically get a free spammable weapon. So this game gets to be Mega Man for a good little bit. And that does not preclude you from using other magic weapons either. It just means that you also have a weapon that you can use even when you run out of mana, which is really useful. And it's a pretty decent weapon too, because it penetrates, it does 26 damage. Really good stuff. That reminds me as well. We defeated the Goblin Army recently. Buzz. We defeated the Goblin Army recently, which means we're going to have to actually set up another bit of housing. Because I suspect we're going to come across another NPC soon. If it sounds like I know what's going to come ahead beforehand, it's because I have. I've been playing this game a lot recently. I've been playing this game a lot recently, so I kind of know what's coming. And I know what to expect. I can sell my old armor. You want to be wary about... So anyway, you want to be wary about selling any equipment that is labeled as a material, because it means it can be upgraded or mixed in with something later. For instance, this depth meter is a material. You can see it's labeled as equipable material and displays depth. Material means that it can be combined or added with something later. So it's important to keep that kind of stuff around, because it might be useful. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it combines into something really bad, or not especially useful, but a lot of times it can be. Sometimes games will do this very funny thing where it'll have you take something from a very beginning of the game that you didn't even think about and be like, you need this now. You need this to make this super powerful weapon. There's literally an item that is comprised of swords that you collect throughout the entire game, and if you keep all of them, you can get like the best sword in the game. But you need to actually hold on to them for that long. And that's sort of the catch. You have to both collect and hold on to all of those swords. Hold on. This will be the vanity chest. Vanity. The chest for otherwise unrelated costume items. Crafting materials. Let's see here. Okay, so I'm going to make this. So I'll say chimney. I'm gonna make a table. 2 chairs, and a stone door, as well as some stone walls. I'm actually going to put crafting materials, a chain. Also part of my set bonuses, I get a cool fire trail for wearing the space set. Okay, so intriguingly, we're gonna do some minor excavation here because our next NPC likes the underground. However, they do not like being underground next to the demolitionist, so we need to separate them a little bit. Not too far that they can't activate the pylon, but far enough that they won't bug each other. It's very finicky and weird mechanics. For instance, go. At least put a fireplace and then a chimney, because it implies that there's ventilation to the fireplace in this other underground basement. Now, we don't have any NPCs that are ready to move in right now, but we might find one tied up, for instance. Thank you for freeing me, human. I was tied up and left here by other goblins. You could say we didn't get along very well. Yeah, so after doing the goblin invasion, you can find the goblin tinkerer, who's tied up underground. He does a couple of things, like he'll reforge your weapons if they have bad modifiers. Every lots of tools have modifiers. For instance, this tool has a modifier that gives it plus 12% size. That's a pretty good modifier. But if you don't like that modifier, you can have the goblin reforge it and give you a different modifier. It could be better and it could be worse. It's a gotcha. But he also sells a couple of other useful items like rocket boots, which allows flight, and the Tinkerer's Workshop, which is what I need to buy. Did I take something out of my piggy bank? That's a question, isn't it? Because if I have money in my piggy bank, I might be able to... Nope, I just can't afford it right now. Well, rocket boots are really useful. They are useful for traversing. I will want to save up for both rocket boots and the Tinkerer's Workshop. But I do not have either. I can't afford either right now. So instead, we're going to move on to our next task while we wait to afford that. And we are going to... first build a lot of torches. I don't think I need rope anymore, so I'm going to sell this. Hey. If I go to the angler, am I going to be able to do his quest before the day ends? In the caverns? Maybe. I'm just gonna put 2 platforms here for ease of access. Is there a body of water I can use for fishing down here? Like right down there, maybe. That'll probably work. I don't know how much time we have. I should build a clock or something at home. Or, better yet, I should probably build, like, a stopwatch for myself, which is a tool that will tell you the time. And, you know, while you can generally tell... Oh, that was easy. You can generally tell what time it is based on... You can generally tell what time it is based on, like... Hold on a sec. You can generally tell what time it is based on, like, you know, whether it's dark or light out. That's not so helpful when you're in the middle of a cavern where you can't see the sun. And it's also helpful for just determining, like, you know, when the angler quests are going to reset. Journeyman bait and crate potions. That helps. Alright, fishing. Shove that in there. If I remember correctly, the guide actually said that I could make my own magic mirror. Yeah, so I can make a platinum watch if I wanted to. However, I'm kind of interested. 3 diamonds and 10 glass blocks. I definitely have 3 diamonds. 3 diamonds. All I gotta do is find some sand. We have a teleport to the desert. Easy peasy. Getting sand will be a cinch. Alright. But I think by making this magic mirror, I will no longer be able... I will not have enough platinum to make a watch. Is the downside. There we go. Magic mirror. The magic mirror can be made into something way down the line, but more importantly, it does what recall potions do. It teleports you home, but it has unlimited uses. So we can just chuck these in here for now, and never think about them again. Mechanics. Alright. Now let's see if we can't find an entrance to the underground jungle. Because, oh Nelly, that's a ride. Okie doke. So our goal right now is to go to the underground jungle. The underground jungle contains a lot of things, like dangerous monsters, diseases, and potentially minerals ripe for exploitation. Step stool. I need that. Swiftness potion? I'll take it. There are also a whole lot of bees here. A tremendous amount of bees in the jungle. Grenades, radar. I'll take that. Shine potion, delicious. Wood, rope, don't need. It seems like a tremendous amount of the ocean. This so far is underground. Or my mistake. A tremendous amount of the jungle here is under the water. And that's not ideal, right? Looks like we'll have to find another way in. Or always the classic dig our way in. If there is no path, we can just make one. I prefer to find a natural path, though. I'm also hoping that when we get into the jungle, we'll find some life hearts, because the maximum amount of life hearts you can have is 400, or 400 HP, and each one gives you 20, so we still need about 10. And I haven't found a whole lot under the ground. We have max mana, but not max health. That seems kind of natural for a sort of wizarding mage build, but at the same time I could really use more health. Especially if I plan to fight on some of the harder bosses later. Do I go out of my way to get this lead? That could be useful. I will get some of the lead, but I don't think I will, like, go out of my way to collect a tremendous amount of minerals. I think I have enough now. I have lead at home. Lead at home. Finding more platinum would be good, because I want that watch. Shackle. I will keep it, though normally I would not. Shackles are useful for like one thing, and if we did not have that one thing, I would get rid of it. Or rather, if we had that one thing, I would have tossed it. Feed me, Seymour. The jungle is a very hostile place. It's pretty dangerous. Outside of the corruption, the jungle is probably one of the more hostile places. The underground desert is also pretty hostile, albeit it gets more hostile later on. Bees. Cloud in a bottle. I already have one of those. Lesser healer posing, I'll take that. Tungsten bar, I will also take that. So we're kind of looking around for a couple things here. We're going to be looking around for a fair amount of different materials. We might end up spending a lot of time in the underground jungle. We're looking for things like jungle spores, life hearts, jungle spores, life hearts, we are also looking for stingers, which will come to us naturally as we get attacked by an endless amount of bees. We are also looking for hives, which, this is one of them right here. Though coming at it from this angle would be, unadvisory, I think. And we could enter from here. Well, now. It kinda looks like this is the only way to go. I also think that if we're going to proceed forward in the jungle, we're going to need some degree of explosives and some degree of what you would call, we're going to need a special potion called a Spelunker Potion, which reveals treasures. Ah, whoops. So I've made a horrible mistake. I don't think I'm long for this world, but, I'm going to give it the old college try regardless. So we are currently fighting Beyonce. So normally I would set up platforms and create a whole boss arena for this, but regrettably, your boy accidentally shot the spawner for the boss fight. So that's not happening. Oh, okay, this is starting to get bad. I mean, I had her there for a second. Thank goodness we are playing on classic as opposed to hard mode. I would have been wrecked immediately for my arrogance. Well, there's still time. And this is why I'm a professional, kids. We did it. So that was a boss fight. And that is cool. That's great that we're here, and it's a very useful boss fight if you're a summoner build. We're not that. However, However, this area will still be useful in general for other things. However, like I said, I think we're going to need to bring explosives and spelunker potions because this underground jungle area is not giving me a lot to work with. The caverns are not as interconnected as I would like, so I'm going to have to search for them manually. And I'm okay with that. It's just going to take a little bit of extra work. The bee has okay drops. The queen bee has okay drops. It's just that her drops are not suited for my build in particular. So they're not great for me. They're better for other builds. Like I said, she's more suited towards like actually the bee gun may have been good if she dropped it for me. The bee gun is this magic weapon that shoots bees. It's a gun that shoots bees, but it does magic damage. That may have been good for me, but she did not drop it, so... Let's see, your crafting materials. Chuck that in there. Bees mees. The bees mees is actually a very good ranged weapon if you use it. Also, when I get back to the jungle, I'm gonna have to build another house because another NPC is going to spawn because I killed the bee. I should really set up a guest house somewhere. Platinum ore. Let's see here. Oh fuck, I don't have any glass. Alright. Let me go get some. Your brother needs glass. We're just gonna have this one really ugly portion of the desert, I think. Where everyone's gonna ask, how did it get this way? Sorry, I needed to harvest it for its glass. Okay. Turn that to glass. Turn those glass into bottles. And then weirdly, the way you make an alchemy table is you just put a bottle on a table. I mean, fair enough, right? And then we need to find a water source. And we're just gonna stand in it and fill 91 bottles with water. Easy. So with 91 bottles filled, we're going to go to our potion ingredients. And if I remember correctly, it's Moonglow, Blink Root, and a piece of platinum ore. Which is inconvenient because yeah. And that creates a Spelunkin potion, which will tell us the location of treasures and other things. So that'll tell us where, for instance, life hearts are. That'll tell us where chests are and stuff like that. And is generally good for telling you where caverns are. The advantage to Spelunker potions is that it'll help you find more platinum ore, which will help you create more Spelunker potions. And that's also partially the reason why I have the farm up, so we can create more Spelunker potions. It makes mining a lot easier. Tina, could you move? I need to get to my chest. Potions. I have some bombs and dynamite. Let's see, crafting. Stinger. I can create the Abomination. So we are also going to be looking for jungle spores. Jungle spores allow us to make the jungle outfit, which is a kind of good magic outfit. It might be a little bit better than our current one. The disadvantage is we won't be able to spam lasers, but that's okay. We don't use it half the time, as far as I can tell. Well, actually, I guess we'll have to see what the benefit is. There's also the Abomination. Which allows us to manually spawn the bee. And that's pretty useful. In fact, let's take the Abomination here. I'm going to craft a bucket. 10 buckets, in fact. That may seem excessive, but buckets don't carry a lot. Ten buckets may seem excessive, but 10 buckets really doesn't carry that much water. Okay, let's see. I should have just teleported down here. Well, I've already committed. Can I afford the rocket boots? Yes, I can. Okay. Mushroom pylon. What are you talking about? It says you're underground. Whatever. Alright. I guess there's also a mushroom pylon. I've never seen the mushroom pylon in action. Because there's only one NPC that likes living in the mushroom biome. And you need 2 people to activate a pylon, so why would you... Whatever. Alright, Tinkerer's Workshop. This is a very useful little gadget. Speaking of which, crafting. What can I do with these rocket boots? Spectre boots. Spectre boots allow you to fly, But we don't have any space for more accessories. What a conundrum. What if we were able to combine 2 accessories together into 1? What an ingenious idea. Whoa, now we can fly. And hurt ourselves from the impact. It's the thought that counts. This kind of changes everything, because now we get to throw a bunch of stuff together and see what mixes, what doesn't. We get to figure out, like, oh, what can we put together, and find out, like, does this mix? Does this particular item mix with this item? What can we do to save accessory space? What can we add to our character to make him really busted and overpowered? And stuff like that. What can we put on our character, etc., etc. Crafting. Radar. So the radar can be transferred into a Rec 3000 with a tally counter, a life form analyzer, which are drops from items. I see, I see. We can make a GPS with a... We have 2 of the available... A GPS is within reach. However, we're going to need more platinum, because a platinum watch requires 10. As I had mentioned, it requires 10 platinum, which we have 3 of. So we're going to need some more platinum before we can make this watch, and therefore the GPS. But a GPS will be within our reach, and that will condense the amount of inventory space we need to do carrying around these things. I'm just gonna steal water from here. I'll steal it! No one will ever know! Alright, okay, so the Abomination is the manual tool by which you summon the bee boss. Usually every boss has a way that you summon them non-manually, and then a way you summon them through an item. This is the item way. We can craft it this is like pretty easy to craft, because a lot of the items that you use to craft it are dropped by the boss itself. I kind of want to fight the bee again, because the first time was kind of clunky, because I didn't mean to fight it, and also because I think the bee drops an item that might be useful. A special bee gun that both is kind of comical because it shoots bees, but also because it might genuinely just be very useful in fighting certain enemies. So let's actually set up a boss arena this time. Oh right. Before I do any of this, I should probably set up the NPC housing for the new NPC. The new NPC will probably not be... Well, he does sell one thing that's kind of useful, but for the most part, he's not... He's mostly useful for like one particular type of build, and even then, he's like, he varies. He has a very specific thing that he does, and it's like, even then, it's not what I would call like the most useful thing. He's like a buff character. He does things that allow you to create buffs, and I don't know, it's a lot of effort. Alright, well, let's put him like... Well, this reminds me of the old prison complex days, when you would just build houses right on top of each other. gonna need more mahogany. Fortunately, I've cut down all the mahogany in this area. Do these trees not drop acorns? Is this an environmental message that I'm not getting? He has lanterns, she has a candle, you get a lamp. Alright, cool. I'm gonna make it so you can actually step down from here. I am not so ruthless that I would make it that the NPCs cannot physically walk places. I don't like to permanently trap them in their houses. Usually. A little janky, but it works. He should be able to get in. Okay. Okay, now we'll get back down in there. And we have 2 stingers, so that should be enough for 2 abominations. I forget that I can fly now. I fly now? I fly now. No, in order to make honey, I have to pour water over. Which is why I brought the buckets. Alright, well. That was a lot less water. See, buckets don't hold very much water. They don't hold very much water at all. Which is why I brought 10, and it still didn't do anything. Like... Alright, I'm gonna try something different, where I, physically bring this water over to the honey. Honey blocks are made when a man and a woman love each other very much. No. Honey blocks are made when... Platinum? Nice. They are made when honey contacts water. Like so. And you need honey blocks for various furniture and a bunch of other silly junk. Honey heals you, and it slows you down. It has a bunch of interesting properties, but primarily the most interesting thing about honey, or rather the important thing about honey in this case, is that we need it to summon the bee again. Now let's put a campfire down here. Man, my inventory's already full. There's gotta be some junk I can throw out. Okay. You can craft 2 illuminations. Alright. It occurs to me now that I have a health potion. And that's probably not good. So the bee will spawn, you know, bees at you. But if you aim correctly, you can actually destroy the bees as they come out of her, I don't know, her bee cloaca. Making them basically a non-threat. The bees can be tricky though. The big thing is they have a tiny hitbox. Because they're bees, they're small. There he is, there's our NPC. The witch doctor. Now, I don't think we'll be visiting him just yet, because we don't have a use for him right now. There's a fairy following me. He's trying to lead me to treasure. And that's very nice of him. But, I clearly have bigger priorities right now. She dropped the bee gun. Alright. I already have a hive wand, so I'll just get rid of that. Bee grenades, even if I sold that, it wouldn't be very good. It shoots bees. Yeah, it shoots bees. And it doesn't seem like it would be that good. But when you shoot like 400 bees on an enemy, it does a lot. It's one of those, it doesn't seem like it would do much, but it does a lot sort of things. I think that's probably the best thing we were going to get out of the bee, but I'll fight it one more time just to see if there's anything else. And also to test out the bee gun. The bee gun is most effective at enemies that stay still. Noted. It's very effective when she's just not moving. Not so much when she's moving around a lot. In general, this weapon may be better on slower moving enemies or bosses. There are a couple of bosses in this game that are slower moving. Or not slower moving, but their general hitbox is, it doesn't move so far ahead that you don't, like... Listen, I know what I'm talking about. See, that worked out. A beekeeper. I might actually need that. Because it's a material, it builds into something later. Sacrifice the bee grenade. I'll eat a shine potion. Rich mahogany plank, don't need that. Rich mahogany wall, I will eat that as well. There's bees in the water. There's bees in the honey. Alright. I'm gonna eat one of these spelunker potions. As you can see, I'm now revealing a lot of stuff on the map that shows me that there are other caverns inside here. Now, it has already been revealed to me that there is a secret cavern below this hive. So I'm just gonna chuck a dynamite there and hope it works out. Which sounds like... Chuck a dynamite and hope it works out. Seems like the ending of every horror movie. Like, what do we do with this abomination creature from outer space? It's like, I don't know, blow it up? It's like, alright, and then that works? It's like, oh, okay. Like, how do we kill Jaws? Blow it up. Alright, and then it works. Like, I thought for sure that the dynamite would have destroyed all these bees. Get this shit off me! This is like that one town in Pennsylvania that got flooded with molasses. Like, it's just flooding honey in here. I don't see any life arts so far. I don't see any spores either. I think those must be further down. There's a life heart. I found that when streaming, my gasps are involuntary. Like, I don't gasp off stream. I'll be like, wow, that's great, I found a life heart, or something like that. I won't audibly gasp. It's like one of those things where, like, I'll die and be like, oh shoot, it's something that comes unnaturally. Or, not, it comes weirdly naturally. And it feels very odd that it's occurring. Lead bar. It occurs to me that bees will drown immediately if I send them underwater, so... Note to self, bee gun is ineffective underwater. There's another hive here. There's a lot of platinum over there, but it's behind a wall. So we're going to blow it up to get to it. about to cause a major flood here. The important part is we got the platinum. If we can get like a platinum ore, then we have made a return on our investment for spelunking potions. Spelunking potions have a high upfront cost in the sense that you need to set up an alchemy farm in order to make it viable, and you need to be able to consistently find platinum. But if you can do that, they become very cheap. It's about setting up the infrastructure of spelunker potions. But if you can do that, we have Moonglow at home. If you can do that, then spelunking potions actually become very cheap to produce, and will help you find any kind of material you need in the underground. Demon statue here. Or bow statue. I got demon altar and bow statue mixed up. So this is something we're looking for right now. A jungle spore. Jungle spores are going to help us build that outfit. We're going to need quite a few, so we should be on the lookout for them. My spelunker potion ran out. Violent Inkling of the Wind. We are definitely going to need that later. What can I drop for this? I really actually don't need these mana potions. Life heart over there. If we're already digging in this direction. I could have looked for life hearts theoretically in any jungle or any biome, but in the jungle it's convenient because we can look for a lot of things at the same time here. Life crystals, jungle spores, etc, etc. Fly my pretties. There are also some plants in here that will give you like a tealish light blue dye. I am not collecting them because I don't want to. I haven't really dyed any of my clothing yet. I'm not against it per se, it's just more I just haven't. Out of all the things to do in this game, it just hasn't crossed my mind to do that yet. Ooh, stuff. I love stuff. What the fuck was that statement? Me, a capitalist drone, not thinking for myself. Ooh, stuff. I love stuff. I can't wait to consume more stuff. My life revolves around the consumption of things. I want this slime statue. I want this stuff. I must consume stuff. My life has no meaning outside of stuff. Granite area. These bluish black blocks are granite, and this is its own miniature biome in and of itself. It often spawns near the jungle biome. So as I was saying, this is the granite biome. It's usually spawns near the jungle biome. It's comprised of like these blue hard blocks and spawns unique enemies to it. It's like a miniature biome that spawns usually near the jungle biome. It can contain some unique drops, but otherwise isn't particularly necessary or special. It's cool if you find it though. I did find a feral claws though. I don't know if feral claws will be super useful for my particular build, but it may be useful down the line later, so I'm going to take it. It kind of depends, I think. In the underground jungle, you might find big old living mahogany trees, which are sort of like the living tree we found in the overworld. They usually contain chests. Staff of regrowth. Teleportation potion. Teleportation potions are funny because they just teleport you somewhere random on the map, which means they could just kill you, or they might take you somewhere completely useless and ineffectual. No. So you actually have a secret hidden inventory spot, and that is your hand. You can hold something in your hand without it actually being in your inventory. So if you switch something out of your inventory, you can hold another thing in your hand. And that's pretty useful if you're like me and you have, like I just did it there, to collect the life heart and then use it. It's pretty useful if you're like me and you just simply do not have inventory space ever. Yo, jackpot. I don't need this rope. I can fly now. I don't need rope. Wild Hermes boots, I already upgraded, so I don't need that. Platinum bar I will take, though. I don't see... There are spores in this area, but there are spores below as well, so... Beyond bee violence. As far as I know, these spawn conditions for jungle spores are mostly just they need to be underground in the jungle. And they usually spawn in groups of 2 or 3. Look at that platinum vein! It's so big. Girl, is that platinum or are you just excited to see me? Why do I have so little views, he wondered. Could it be the platinum vein joke? Also a heart up there. The underground jungle is a good place to look for heart containers because a lot of it's pretty open, meaning you don't gotta do a lot of digging for it. That was my last spelunker potion. Fortunately, I do know where it is. The general area. So if I just, my maximum health is 340, which means I need 3 more heart crystals to get at maximum health. Alright, what's in here? A boomstick. It's not very good. The boomstick is like a funny weapon, but it's not actually very good as a weapon. It's not very... Even for the build it's designed for, it's not especially great. Like, it fires kind of slowly, the damage isn't great. It's like cool that it's an Evil Dead reference. As a weapon though, it's kind of meh. Jungle spores. Jungle spores. There's a dart trap there. Oh, it's rather dark in here, isn't it? How many spores do I have? 33. That's okay. There's also not a lot, right? What can I chug out? Let's see. I suspect I might need more Spelunker potions to adequately navigate this area. However, comma, it's also entirely possible I'm wondering if I should set my sights on focusing on collecting jungle spores or life containers right now. Both are important, but if I just focus on getting jungle spores, I could probably stay in the area without necessarily needing Spelunker potions, because jungle spores let off their own natural glow. Like, I can see the jungle spores over there. However, I have a feeling if I go through this way, it's gonna take a while. Boulder? Alright. Circumstance saves me again. If nobody got my back, dumb luck got my back. Jungle spores. I can fly. Hey, I keep forgetting. I can fly. Maybe not fully fly, but mostly fly. Oh god, I thought that was a boulder and I was like, oh no. Alright. You know I'm panicking when the lightsaber comes out. Yo, where are you taking me? Wow, thanks, brother. I don't need these hive walls. The fairies do indeed have a use. They lead you towards treasure. Sometimes they don't always, they're not the most accurate, but they will lead you somewhere. Usually. Alright, my night vision is gone. But we're, one life heart away from max health. That's pretty good. The door is waterlogged. Goddamn jungle spores. Ouch. Jungle spore sounds like a venereal disease. Ooh, I need this. Warding band of regeneration. And it's 4 defense too, that's really good. Maybe I should replace that with something. My DPS counter. I don't need to have that physically on me. This gives me extra health regeneration, and is a component in a much better later piece of equipment. Is this rigged? I guess I would have found out. Shark bait equipable summons a shark pup. There's a shark in a bubble. Hey, Spelunker potion. 2 life hearts. 3 life hearts. My lucky day. Intrepid flipper. I think I need that. I will take that. Place the thingamajig with that. There is a benefit to taking life hearts after you have max health. I will display it once we collect them. But first, I have there maximum health. As you can see, I can no longer increase, but I will hold on to it because life hearts are also a material that can be used to make a variety of different things. One of which will become kind of important. So when we see a life heart in the future, we will collect them still. It's not like now that we have maximum health, we won't collect them anymore. We will indeed collect them still. Now all that's left to do is collect some more jungle spores. I've never completed the full jungle outfit before, so I'm not fully sure what it does. I suppose I could wiki it. But where's the fun in that, right? Wikiing is for later in the series when I have no idea what I'm doing. I assure you. If there's one thing I can guarantee, it will be that I'm going to be wikiing some things. Oh my god! I knew it was too good to be true. I did it anyway, though. Well, it's a good thing I maxed out my health, or else I would have... Or I definitely would have died there. It's nice that they actually put something in the box as well. I was half expecting it to just be empty. Dang, there's a lot of hearts here. You'd think this part of the jungle was an organ transplant area. I wonder what the ecological hazards are of destroying this entire ecosystem. Oh well. How many stingers do I have? 15? That's a good amount. Jungle spores. Was that there before? Oh my god, get it off. Remember kids, if you're dumb, get really buff, because even if you are dumb, any amount of mistakes can be forgiven with enough resilience. Hell, even I don't believe that. Okay. Did I come up here? No, I guess I didn't. Honey dispenser. I'll take it. I don't really need it, but it lets you make things out of honey, and that's cute. Go out there and find whatever's hitting me. I don't need another Titan glove. I really don't need this bow statue. I regret picking it up. Where am I going? Clap, clap, clap. Spike shoot. Okay. I'm trying to open the chest, but opening the chest and pressing right click near the rails activates the minecart. How many spores do I have? 63. Can we get more? Hold on, there's a necessary drop over here. Already been here. What can I not have? I don't need these hives. Me when I'm allergic to something. I don't need these hives. Anyway, I got the guide Picasso. An essential item. I think once you find this painting, it's essential to grab it, put it in the guide's house, and make sure he knows how stupid he looks. Blood moon is rising. It doesn't matter cause I'm underground. I think jungle spores will intermittently spawn even if they weren't there before. I don't think they have a preset spawn location. Okay. I hope that at 69, nice, we have enough. So let's run back. My concern at this moment is that, well, throw those in there, throw those in there. Yeah, so we can actually make heart lanterns with the leftover hearts. We can make I think we can make a few other things too, but heart lanterns are pretty important. They're sort of like campfires, but provide better regen. Let's hang one there, at one end of the boss arena. And then we will hang another one, like here. Life regen is, it's a heart lamp. That's enough overlap, I think. They don't quite overlap, but it's enough to the point where it's not really going to impact me in a meaningful way. Equipment. Shove that in there, shove that in there. DPS monitor. I actually don't really need that right on. Honey thing right here. We'll need this anklet later. I forget what you do with the flipper. Guide, you want to tell me? Alright, frog stuff. Alright, well. I'll shove that in here for now. I can't do anything with the menacing feral claws at this moment. But if we can make a watch, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Which we should be able to do if we have a chain. Yeah, if we have a chain, as well as 10 platinum bars. We should be able to make a watch. Man, this is like looking for ketchup in the kitchen fridge. It's right in front of me and I can't see it. Alright, guide, tell me how to make this. 10 and a chain. I have that. What gives? Oh, right. The clock. And the clock exclusively has a very weird place that you have to craft it from. You don't craft it at a crafting table. You craft it at a table. Also, I could have made it out of tungsten. But I think actually in order to combine them, it has to be platinum. Yep. Whatever. We have the GPS now. I'm not going to equip the GPS, because on my person it's not very useful, but it will... But that very much condenses a lot of the things I had to use. Stop. I'm working here. I'm gonna stick the bees on you. Alright. I'll put that in here and name this. Name. Boss. Whoop, caps lock. Boss summoners. Save. He dropped a bloody tear, and what the bloody tear does, it allows you to summon a blood moon, if you were so inclined to do so. It has its uses. I didn't really want to at this time, but if I so desire to summon a blood moon, I will do so. Oh, by the way, guide, this is for you. Stare into it. Admire yourself. Alright. I'm going to take like half of the platinum and use it exclusively for spelunking potions. So it's 233, so that'll be like 115-ish. Alright. And I will literally just chuck that in here. And I also need lead ore for certain potions. So, for a certain potion, so I'm going to take some of that as well. And get about half of that. Okay. And then shove that in the potions chest for when I need that. I will put the life crystal. You know, I'm curious, what actually else outside of the heart crystal can I make out of this? Panic necklace. Material increases movement speed after making damage. Bond of star power. Repaired life crystal. Life crystal boulder. So about half of them are decorative, and one of them is an item. Understood. So for this, Charm of Myths is an exceptionally useful tool. But there's also the Mana Regeneration Band. But in order to do that, I need to find the Band of Star Power. So your boy's going to actually look up where to find the Band of Star Power. I don't usually play magic builds, so I don't really know where you would find it. It can be found by destroying shadow orbs in the underground corruption or from defiled crates. So it's like a fishing thing. Huh. I guess I'll keep that tab open then. Okay. Is there any place in the corruption that has water? I guess technically. Alright. Tell me what I can do with these spores. Acts of regrowth. Creates grass on dirt. Increases alchemy plant collection. Used to gather. I need some vines, but where do I get those? Well, jungle, obviously, but, you know, still. Acts of regrowth seems interesting, but also kind of, I don't know, I can grow my own trees back. Alright, time to look up this as well. Vines, Terraria. It looks like I have enough for what you call the thing I want to build, but I don't have any vines. I don't know how I didn't pick up any vines while I was there, because apparently the drop chance for them is insanely low, or insanely high. It should have been like ridiculously easy to have found vines down there. Whatever. Apparently where you get vines from is by killing man-eaters, which are the feed me Seymour guys, you know, the big plants. Apparently they drop it on a 1/2 chance, a 50% chance. Literal coin flip, which in terms of RNG dropping is really good. He dropped a vine just now. I could also try to craft the vine whip, though, to be honest, I don't know what good that would really do me. I already got one. There's a life heart here. So, there's a guy here. Apparently for my item set I only need 2 vines. I have 1. Reticle. He has escaped the... He is one of the unique, enemies from the granite, biome. It appears he managed to escape. He breached containment. He dropped a... Kohi. Nom. I think I only needed the 2. Let me see. Spores. Those are for melee weapons. Snapdragon is a summon tag. Whips are like summoner. There are certain weapons in this game, and one of them is a whip, and the whips are usually used for summoners. Jungle shirt, jungle hat. Increased magic strike. So we only need 2. Required objects anvil. Understood, Capitan. I can make a hornet staff. My first summon weapon. Jungle hat, jungle shirt, jungle pants. Let's see how this measures up compared to... The defense seems to be largely the same as the space set, but gives me a lot more mana and reduces the magic costs of most of my gear. I think overall that makes it better. The Hornet Staff. You may wonder what this does. It gives me a summonable minion. Gives me a bee. And unlike my little shark friend here, who just kind of hangs around and looks cute, this one will actually fight for me. Which reminds me, we're going to go see the witch doctor. Hey, man. He's not selling it right now. Normally he sells an item that increases your amount of, like, minions or summonables that you can have at one time. He's not selling it right now, though. I think it only sells under certain conditions. Well, that's okay. We still have 1, which is better than none. So I will put my armor right there in case I decide to change. Let's put some of the stuff in here. Blocks. Let's create another heart lantern. Well, I got weird green particles coming out of me. Crafting materials. Doot. Throw this away. Put the chain in there. I will put as well the stars and the crafting material. No, I'll put it in the potion materials, actually. Now something interesting we got from the jungle was the Staff of Regrowth. And what that does is it increases the amount of seeds you get from harvesting with it. Pretty useful, particularly for the more rare seeds, which don't particularly like to grow very fast. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create some iron skin potions. 10 should be good for right now. And I can also create some regeneration potions with the same amount of day blooms. I typically like to use regeneration and iron skin potions. Those are typically pretty good for my purposes. They're also fairly cheap to make, because they just need mushrooms as well as iron or lead ore, respectively. Iron skin, mana regeneration, magic power potion. What does that cost? A death weed. And a magic star. We're gonna be low on Spelunker potions for a while. I think it'll be worth it. Alright. Iron skin potions. Regeneration potions and magic power potions. Very useful. Crafting materials. Chuck those stingers in there. Chuck that in there. Doot. The tin can go in here. This is for fishing. I'll actually keep that on me. Rope can disappear. Bottle honey can go with the crafting materials, actually. Weirdly enough. Crafting materials, I'm gonna put it with the honey. Alright. Okay. Now I think it's about time to end the stream, but before we do that, we're going to make a particular choice. Before we end the stream, I'm going to do one last thing. We're gonna fight one last final boss. We're gonna fight one last boss. We've made a decent amount of progress today, you know. And I think it, you know, it wouldn't be right. We fought 2 bosses today, and 3 is a good number. I think we got time if we can, we've done an awful lot, and I think we can, we made it all the way to hell. We defeated the Eye of Cthulhu and the Eater of Worlds. We defeated the Queen Bee. Now it's time for one more. Defeating this boss will allow us access to the dungeon, which is this big purple area you see right here. And that'll be its own can of worms for another time. But in order to get there, we have to defeat its guardian. I think with our jungle suit, as well as our new hornet, and all of our equipped potions, it should be a cinch. Not to mention our 280 mana and 400 hearts. We should be well and over prepared. One thing I really like about Terraria is that you can kind of take it at your own pace. You can take on the bosses really early if you want, or you can vastly over prepare and completely stomp them. It's all up to you. Me personally, I like to take it slow. Kind of see everything the game has to offer and then hit off when I'm ready. I should probably center that lantern, actually. That's odd. On the buff screen, it's called a heart lamp, but on the actual item, it's called a heart lantern. That's a text check problem. Right. 7:38 p.m. Alright. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Iron skin, regeneration, magic power. Defeat my master, and I will grant you passage to the dungeon. Okay. Oh, it's Mr. Bones' wild ride. So this is Skeletron. He's a little spooky. He's a little thin. He could do with a salad. No, actually, he could do with a sandwich. Alright, I can't rely on that for, You know, of all the things I brought, I didn't bring a mana potion. Yeah, I was thinking about that now. Well, it's okay, I got my hornet to give me backup. And 400 health. Ugh. It's not like I set this to the hardest difficulty either. Now with Skeletron you can either defeat his arms or his hands. His arms will not kill him, you just need to defeat his head. But either way... if you try to enter the dungeon before you defeating Skeletron, Skeletron will chase you, and he will be a very advanced form of Skeletron. He will have like 9,999 HP, and you will literally be able to do 1 damage to him. Some players have been able to defeat him this way, but you very much have to gimmick him. Hey, we did it. Skeletron doesn't drop anything outside of gold and some health and HP, because your reward is being able to go into the dungeon. So yeah, we're here. There's some there's some mana potions in the dungeon though, so that's useful. Anyway, we'll go to the dungeon next time because I've been going at this for like 5 hours now. Oh goodness. Oh good. Me and my poor 400 HP. Yeah. But I know that like the stream today was skipping a little bit. I'm sorry about that. I should have. And I'm sorry for like not waking up in time to actually do the stream and not streaming at 6 p.m. I'm sorry for being awful. I know that's not an excuse, but I'll try to do better in the future. I am glad that we ended up streaming at all today, though. Later today, I guess, as in this Friday, me and some friends of mine are going to play a lot of MVM. Take your time, buddy. Alright. Well, we're here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to get salty on screen. I feel like I'm such a dick on stream. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's like the factor of like, I need to be entertaining or whatever. I feel like I'm such a real douche canoe on stream. I'm way more active and way more mean on stream than I am off stream. I feel kind of guilty about it sometimes. Maybe it's just me being a little salty about like the bitrate dropping for reasons beyond my comprehension. Listen, can we all agree that nobody likes Comcast? Like, alright, anyway. Yeah, so later today we're going to be playing, MVM with, the boys. A different set of boys, actually. But still the boys. All boys are good boys. As long as they're part of the boys, they're good boys. So yeah, we're going to be playing with the boys and man up mode with the boys later today. It should be fun. I hope you'll tune in for that. I know they're not. Yeah, I'll post when we're live. It'll be great. I haven't played with them in quite some time. Big family reunion, as it were. Anyway, I'm gonna head out. Thanks for coming to watch if you did, even though it was super late. And I'll see you soon. Bye.